Hi, hello, good morning. How is everyone doing today? I literally just like sat down. I was walking the doggo. Doggo has a little bladder issue, so she needs more walkies. Uh, but hi, hello. Wait, let me just do my pinks. Sorry for breathing weird. I may or may not have had a tiny panic attack, just a tiny. It's okay. It's more my brain's fault. Um, there was no need for it. It was just like a response to stuff. I don't know. Anyhow, Sims got a new update, and there's more updates to come. Mm, Let me just check something. I don't think it's here yet, but I believe we have an investment to make. Two, technically, mm, because there's like a part that's kind of perfect for the Landgraab manor we're working on, but also there's a little Sims collaboration that's coming out today. So I'm super excited about that. Um, Words. What did I want to say? Okay, let me just blah blah blah. And here? No, because you are actually in this year, and I should just move it. But I'm too lazy. Okay. Okay, so if I go to Sims 4, no, it's like the notification thing is still. Oh, the Sims Cozy Celebrations event week. Let me just. There. Oh, never mind. They did say it yesterday. My Sims Cozy bundle is coming to PC, which we definitely want to check that out. Two new creator kits are coming soon, and three new kits arrive soon for The Sims 4. Okay, I'm not gonna say it, but okay. Someone joked. Someone joked. How much is a pre-order for this? I'm not gonna do it. Actually, it's 40 euro. Oh, you can. Wait, that's so weird and cool and concerning at the same time. So you can buy it with three interest-free payments of 11.99 with Klarna. I don't know, but that's interesting. Okay, so you can buy your games in part now, and that's kind of cool because I don't know. It's much easier to afford like 12 euro a month than 35 or 40, which is the original price. But yeah, I got distracted. I'm sorry. So the thing was, someone joked that for Sim's 25th birthday, we are gonna get 25 kids. Which, honestly, they already announced, okay, 5 kids that are coming this month for sure, and then 2 more kids that are coming. I am like, that's 7 kids in like less than first 2 months. I'm assuming, uh, since their roadmap is, did they share their roadmap? Well, it's not a roadmap, more like tiny roadmap before the actual roadmap, which I believe is gonna be at the end of the next month because they probably want to focus on the birthday events. Uh, but yeah, let me just Sims 4. roadmap. No, no, it's not gonna show it. Okay, how about just Sims 4 and then they have it on their page, I'm pretty sure. My god. I don't news and updates there. Maybe, maybe. Okay, I'm not gonna read stuff to you. If you want to read it, you can go to the page. But there, this is the. Oh, they fixed the quality a little bit. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with, right? So, three iconic kits, which are Little Sims a collaboration, and two kits that are combination of like clothes and build by, which is interesting. I'm assuming they're just exploring how many people would buy them. I mean, I'm hoping they have a little more stuff then. We'll see later today. Mhm. But yeah, it's a very interesting concept. And then correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so there was a few content creators in the video. Uh, so my guess is, while yes, this is a Sims collaboration, why did they choose those specific creators? Because there is a difference between like collaboration with creator and a creator kit, which we are getting four of them confirmed. I'm thinking around 25th we're getting a new roadmap. That's probably it. Also, there is time travel hints in games, so we are probably getting a time travel pack this year, some sort of time travel pack. It's all like highly speculative, but I'm wondering about this nostalgia now. That's I wish I could display my mouse. I'm pretty sure there is like a simple setting for me to be able to show you my mouse, but I don't know where. I forgot, and yeah. Hide OBS Windows. No. Oh, that's out. Show confirmation. Confirmation. We don't want to automatically. Okay, snap sensitivity. That's fine. Hide cursor. No, my cursor is enabled. System tray enable. Blah blah blah. Hide overflow. Yeah, I thought that was supposed to be like here, but maybe it's like a Microsoft thing, like Windows thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'll find it. I have a cute Morgana cursor, so Morgana, the cat from Persona 5. It's really easier to track things that way. Wait, actually, let me message someone. mm, mm, okay, okay. Hopefully, we get an answer today. But, so yes, three iconic kits, which is Little Sims collaboration, and two like experimental things. But then we're getting creator kits. Um, Either in this nostalgia now part or motherload season. I don't know. But then we're also getting two more content creator kits later this year, they said, which is it's probably around here. But if it isn't, um, I don't know. But still, that's five kits just this month. So that's kind of a lot. But we will see. Um, Apparently, we're gonna have a free content drop on 4th of uh, 4th of February, which is gonna be interesting. We already know what's going on with that. We already know the event thing. I'm curious as to what the modular season is. I'm thinking like huge discount. And now nostalgia. Now I do have a speculation. Okay, since it's on 27th, 28th, 29th, and 31st. I'm thinking it has to do with previous Sims games. And I'm thinking we're either gonna get them back available in the Sims store or something like that. I don't think it's gonna be like a huge thing, but it is nostalgia now. So, and there is actually quite a lot of Sims games. It's not just 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we'll see what happens there. But this is like one of my most used. So yeah, I believe the actual roadmap falls on this date. I was kind of disappointed with the whole behind the scenes because it was so short, guys, so short. And I get it. I get it. They're trying to be accessible. They probably have limited budget, and with the fact that they had to fly there twice because of the hurricane and stuff, and the fact that they are translating every of this video in so many languages, that also costs. I get it. But it's the 25-year anniversary. I was expecting at least, 15 minutes, 25 preferably. That would be kind of fun. And they went like so fast for everything. It was just like, yeah. I love Mercy. I love their little things, but they've been getting shorter and shorter, and that's kind of sad. I don't know. It's a high quality production. Don't get me wrong, but like the whole layout and lineouts, it's kind of these people deserve more screen time. But yes, new items, many new items. I don't know what this is. No one is bringing up this random thing. I believe it is just like pillars and like the eaves, but yeah, I don't know. Mm, wait, I can zoom us in a little bit. So yeah, we're getting new items. We're getting like a little scarf thingy, which sure. We're getting new like plain items in the base game, which I like. New hairs with like baby hairs. New hairs for kids, which adorable. Hopefully we get enough for infants. I have this thing with my Sims. What I usually do is like I give them different hairstyles. So I sort of imagine what length it would be and, how they could style it and stuff. And I think that's like a really fun thing to do. But with the amount of hairstyle types in the game, that it's not really much we can do. Like this is adorable, but we don't have like this type curly hair, I think. Which is like my curly type, actually. Because like when my hair grows past my chin, it starts curling and like ridiculously curling. Which cute on some people. I hate it personally on me, but cute on some people. And we're getting a new kitchen, which like and windows and doors. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think these are new tiles, but these are just like swatch refreshes from the subway tile thingies. They're not showing an awful lot here. This I'm kind of excited about. Also, I love I love these. Okay, in Sims ones, I always use this. I always use this. My every house had like these things. I always wanted those things. I will never have one of those, but I really always wanted one of those, even though they're probably like disgusting and sticky and stuff. And I love them. I want the inflatable couch. And also imagine how convenient it is for moving, for when you're moving. Yeah? Not too convenient when you have a dog that jumps around a lot, but still. I don't know what this could be. Like, I don't have an inkling what this trait could be. Something magnetic. Unless we maybe get like the metal detector thingy in the game. That could be cute. We had a metal detector before. I forgot in which Sims, first or second one. That was fun. You could go like on the beach and scan around, find items. That was cute. Also, we are getting a cake. Yes, with little wheels. So it's a cake, probably from which someone could jump out. It's amazing. I love it. I am just concerned how it will work. Will it be dancers again? Because I would love that. But I also know that Sims is going a little more cautious lately. Although I think everyone likes cake dancers. Cake dancers were amazing. Also, if they would bring the cages back, like the dancing cages, those were so cool. I loved those things. I know, we're going more PG, but it's just a cage and a person is dancing. I see nothing wrong. Imagine how much you could elevate your club builds with that. Mhm. Speaking of club builds, I do have one going on. But yes, the future back also hinted with this: the glasses, the bow tie, the outfit, the boots there. Uh, like it's the whole space guy outfit, space guy, future guy outfit. So yeah, we're probably getting that. I'm not a fan of the limited time collectibles, but also sure. But that's got me questioning. These are limited time collectibles, right? What about everything else? Does that mean that we will actually get the ability to claim all of these items again? Because if that's so, that would be really cool. Because I hate the idea that people are missing out on these things. I have things in Sims that I missed out on. I wish I have now, like the little stage thingy and stuff. Those were pretty cool. But yeah, uh, general mice and stuff. New menu. Okay. A lot of people hate it. Mm, I don't understand the hate. I love it. I love the new menu. Like it's darker. It doesn't like just burns out my eyes and stuff. And like it's a little whimsical and cute. The last family we played front and center, you know, and your scenarios are here, your gallery, new game, load game. And then this, it's like to the side, the gallery stuff and scenarios and all the advertising is to the side. And I don't know why people are grieving the old one because I'm trying to find. Okay, this is the old one. This is the old one. It was a little better, uh, but the last one that we had. Oh god, where is it? Oh, main menu, maybe. Okay, yes, people are thinking this one is controversial for I don't know what reason. Uh, okay, I guess we had more than just one. I'm trying to find it. I guess like this was one of the menus. Like, look at this. This is horrendous. um, I guess this is close to the last one we had, but it's not. Mine was white, like completely white. I think. Basically, like with all of the things, it would burn out my eyes. I don't know if that was anyone else's sort of thing. There's a reason why there were like mods for things. But yeah, anyway, I think moving away from the bright white was a great call. Yeah, okay, this one. So it was like that, right? Very bright, very like, oh, check out all of these things, and then your game is just like tucked in the corner. I don't know. I much prefer this. Mm, and we got some reworks that we're gonna check out. These are the Simsy Cozy Gamer Kit, Secret Sanctuary. Okay, is this one? And Casanova Kit. I love the TV thing, and it comes like with two like side shelves that are probably stackable on it. Mm, but this means I will have to invest 15 euros in this game this month. It makes me cry. But if we're gonna finish the land grabs, we need this and potentially this. And this I need for personal enjoyment, okay? Mm, so yeah, that's like sort of in a nutshell what's kind of happening with The Sims for now. No, I should probably stop yapping. I don't know at what time the kids are dropping. I hated that they're like, oh, they're coming today, and then like not the time. Give me the time. I need to know. The timing is important. But also, okay, honestly, my timing is related because my sim streams are in the morning on Tuesdays and Thursdays when they do updates and content releases, which is usually after I stream. But think of it this way: it is your last look at the things as they were. hmm Before you update your game and check out all of the new things. This is. I just want to comment like this was strange because my experience was things were loading really so much faster after I uploaded, but not so much now. Oh, okay. Okay. See, I also prefer this, like tiny. Oh, discover this, buy me now. Sure, the tiny, and not all over my screen. Those were like past few weeks. I would just get like full screen of like, oh, you want to buy this? No, I do not. Oh, okay. So NPC like gallery and scenario are a little smaller here, which may be better. Maybe better. Mm, we'll eventually have like events here. I don't know. I'm really like a fan of this specific screenshot. Look how cute this is. Look how adorable. Like him with his cat. I love it. And then your store is here. You can see everything you have. I don't know why my this is not really expansion packs, but okay. And if you're thinking why do you have a little baggie here, those are the items you have the pre-order items for, which you can see I don't have for anything. I would like a variation where you can get pre-order stuff um, for all of these. Like if you're doing the events, do that please. Maybe not the same, but like variations. I have a problem, okay? Ah yes. The only five that I don't have. And like I will probably get them. I'm like least excited about this one. I don't know any scenario in which I would use these. Like they're cute, sure, but this might stay the kid that I never buy. Because for all of these, we have some uses. I don't know. I love those little glasses. That little like, it's a full body outfit. It's not bodysuit, but full body outfit. The little bracelets. I can get a lot of use out of this, for example, with my like gameplay and stuff. But I'm sort of waiting till I have a sim that specifically requires these things. This is also like cute, cozy, adorable. I can see a lot of use for these things. And then Moonlight's chick also, like they're simple things, you know, but there's a lot of use you can have for a lot of these things. Yeah, once I get more into like playing and living, yeah, I can see it happening. I was considering buying this one um, before, but then I went into the whole we're gonna remake the whole map thing. So I didn't. And also it didn't really fit for my kids, so we're not gonna resume game. We are gonna make a new game just to see the new builds. Okay, no thanks. Well, that's adorable. Who are we gonna test things with? Yes, Dogo, they went for walkies, but you were just in the walkies. You just had walkies, okay? I'm thinking. You know, let's check things out with Gus. There. Replace. There we go. This is our Gus from Stardew Valley. We're gonna check these new builds with him. Personally, I like that they changed the homes of the townies, but there is some problematic builds that have to be addressed. Let's do spring. Spring is always nice. Not me being a very basic witch. Okay, Gus, we're gonna move you into one of the worst houses. Like one of the worst builds. Also, can we appreciate how everything is kind of zoomed out now? So you can see a little more of the world. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of nice. Mm, but yeah, Streamlet single. Let's go. And why this is one of the worst houses? I will show you. I will show you. Like this house needs to be addressed. That was supposed to be their first concern. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's not this house, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure it's this house. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's this house. It's this house. Okay, let's pause. Um, things are not loading. What? Okay. What is this window? Okay, someone explain to me. What is this window? What is happening here? Like, why is every window here? Like, what is going on here? These windows atrocious. Why? Please. Like, let's just fix this for Gus because we can't allow him to live in a house like that. There. See? Much better. Much better. Okay, the other windows are fine. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I remember, but those windows are like... Why? And also, why don't we have this over here as well? There. Much better. Okay, Gus. Let's go meet some of our neighbors, like these. Oh. Before we can have like the welcome back, we should visit our neighbors. So already, this is pretty amazing. Because when The Sims came out, we didn't have pools, you know. Oh wow, wow! There's items in it. Like it's not. Wow. Okay. This is so cool. I'm just gonna save, just because it's getting laggy. So, but yeah, like everything is like a little more personalized. I like this. My PC doesn't like this. That's different though. Mm. We can go into some of my older saves and check out how it looked like before. But this is really nice. I love the upgrade. They have a little joint bathroom. Like, look how detailed this is. There is like clutter around, clothes lying around. Like, I love it. I love it. And each of them has like their own thing going on, which I also love. It's lovely. It's lovely. I love the new build. Like, there is even clutter on countertops. When did you see that in a Sims build? Well, never. So yeah, whoever they got to do these builds, great job. Great job. Okay, Gus, say goodbye to your new friends. We are traveling to visit other people. Oh, he just met Travis. He didn't actually meet with her. That's okay. Okay, let's visit pancakes. Honestly, after making the trans bob, I will never get used to the pre-transition bob. But yeah, it's okay. House just load. Gonna knock on door. Let's go meet pancakes. Oh, this already looks like so fancy. What? Oh, I love that sand room. Travis, we just met. Oh, they have a basement too. Interesting. Oh, this is so nice. What? I'm sorry, like I'm blown away by the detailing in the houses. I am not used to this level of detail in EA builds. What? And this sunroom, can we appreciate how lovely this is? I love this. They even have a little shed. Oh, that's so cute. And the living room is like semi fancy. I love the use of the half walls. Um, Gus, where are you? Oh, that's just their office. They have a little office. Yay. Oh, that's a pretty bedroom. Wait, do they have separate bedrooms? No. Oh, and there's like a kid's bedroom, but they don't have any kids yet. Yeah, because this is like a fancy bedroom, definitely Eliza style. But this one is like kind of messy. And it definitely is more Bob than Eliza. I don't know. That's interesting. Where are they anyway? Are they in their basement? What do they have in their basement? Oh, they are in the basement. Oh, it's just like a little. That's cute. Yeah. Oh, they're flirty. Yeah, this is really cool. I love this. Also, my UI looks smaller, which I think is due to them maybe adjusting for my screen size and stuff. No, Eliza, why did you go away? Hi, Babette. Oh, they're going away too. Okay, so they don't want to be friends really. Let's go visit other people, I guess. But yeah, this is a really lovely rework. Let's check the gods. Let's say hi to the gods. Oh, Bella. Hi. Hello. Yeah, you can meet Alex too. Okay, maybe I'll meet Alex later. He goes into the house. Hi, Dogobot. We're chatting with someone else too. No, no, just go knock on the door. I honestly love the new build. The interior is very much still red and stuff, but I was here kind of recently with my like off-stream playthrough. It sucked. It sucked. Okay, this is like much more cohesive, much nicer. There's a dining room here. Although personally, I would probably do like dining room that connects to the rest, but here you have to go through the kitchen, which I guess is fine. But I don't know. Personally, I would do it differently. And they have like a tiny graveyard here, which there's nothing on these gravestones. I watched the video. There's nothing on the gravestones, sadly. But yeah, they have like a little terrace, which is lovely. I'm assuming this is Alex's room, and this is Cassandra's room. And then I'm thinking upstairs, the main bedroom, somewhere. Oh yeah, it's here. Oh, you're going? Oh, okay. See you soon. I love this. The towel holder. It's not as cluttered up here as the rest, but I guess that's fine. Ooh, they have a secret chest. Oh, there's nothing in there. And the little office. It's kind of bland. It's kind of bland. Like upper part is still a little bland. Mm, I don't think we reworked gods yet. Did we? No, we reworked gods, but I don't think. Hmm. I don't know. Did you meet Mortimer? Oh, you're playing chess with Mortimer. Nice. Okay. Let's let's go away. It was nice meeting you, Mortimer. But we are gonna go and meet Spencer Kim Lewis family. That is also one of the reworks. And at the first glance, oh my god, that looks lovely. Absolutely lovely. They even guys. Okay, it's a little iffy here, but they even use terraining here. What a freak. Okay, go meet Vivian. And then go knock on door. But can we just like wow. Although this pool it's a long ass pool. Okay. I love this little like hangout with little bar and stuff. It's really pretty. And the little balcony. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Now let's go inside. It's like a huge house with some industrial pillars and stuff. Wow. I would have opted out for like a bigger TV here, but the little clutters. I love it. And let's see, here we have a bedroom. I'm guessing this is grandparents, probably. Oh, sorry for inviting us. I guess he needed to use the toilet. Oh, and they have a little greenhouse. Oh, I love that. I love this. Oh, okay. So they missed one wall here. Um, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. But like, damn. Okay, so this is another bedroom. Pretty long. Okay, I'm guessing this is children's bedrooms. And then upstairs should be the main bedroom. Okay, there's two bedrooms up there. How many of them is in the household? I have no idea. Oh, and they have a little creative area. That's so cute. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. It's really cute. I love it. A little ensuite bath on both of these. Oh, and a little balcony over here. That's cute. I'm guessing they have a sort of a balcony here, like it's the thin, long one. I love that they played like with roofs and stuff. You would never see that before. Okay, Gus, time to visit the Landgrabs. And then Landgrabs are in Oasis Springs. I'm hoping they give us like another world in base game, like just a world with no builds. I would love it. It's time. Okay, so we have Calientes. Their house got a rework. Landgrab's got a rework. Zest got a rework, and Rumi's got a rework. Damn. So let's visit the Landgrabs first, and then we're gonna visit their in Strange Sun. I'm still like it's still kind of to me that Johnny isn't related to his family. Until well, this is it's pretty. It's so pretty. It's so fucking pretty. And I'm kind of so mad that we're doing the rework now. But ours is prettier, okay? Ours is prettier. It's a better location. Okay, go knock on door. We're losing daylight. It's 5 p.m. Yeah, we have to visit people. Okay, go meet Malcolm. Like, holy heck. This is so good. Oh, this is like... Oh, it's a conference room. Interesting. Okay, so they're working from home for sure. Okay, okay. And here's their kitchen. That's cool. That's cool. And then here, I'm assuming this is Malcolm's room. And over here, I'm guessing this would be their bedroom. Oh my god, it's so pretty. And like it's on a platform and stuff. So nice. Do we have... No, we don't have an up. It's just the two floors. It's pretty basic. But, yeah, okay, so they walk into the closet. It's kind of the idea that we have. Like through the closet to the toilet. Okay, so it's just a bathroom here. There's no toilets in here. Does Yeah, Malcolm has a toilet in his, but they don't have a toilet in here, which I guess fine. I don't like having a toilet in the bathroom. Mm, there's a closet here. There's a toilet here, though. It's kind of interesting that they didn't like separate it and put a toilet in there, but oh no, they did. They did. There is a toilet here. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. Okay, Gus, let's go visit their estranged son. Gus is just meeting all of these people promoting his inn. Okay, so Johnny Zest built his home from scraps from Landgraab's factory. And this, well, this is just lovely. Oh, that was a weird purple shadow going on, but I guess it's fine. It was just loading in. Okay, let's let's knock on his door, see what he got going on. But this is much better, so much better than the old one. And I love the little thing with gnomes and the flamingo. Ah, that's absolutely adorable. Hi, Johnny. Let's introduce ourselves. He has his little like comedy stuff, and of course the sad clown painting. Oh no, this makes me so sad. I think like I won't touch this one. Like this is so cute. I love this rebuild. Actually no. In our thing, we will rebuild it. We will add one more chair, so Johnny can hang out with his friend Gurga.
Orb and Fabi Frenoy. Ibana Ishkawanj. Seneca Patharjum. Mabla.
Okay, okay.
Sharp.
Places to go, people to visit. Gus.
Hain Compel Espa Scoob.
He's going to the toilet. Let him go. Okay, next thing, Roomies or Calientes? Let's go visit Roomies.
Ah, Taringa.
I see people. Oh, I love this. It's interesting. I don't know. I didn't do a build like this in a while, but yeah, it's very interesting. I'm liking it. Did this table get what? I don't remember this. Is this new? No, I don't think it's new. Just don't think I've seen it in that particular swatch. But yeah, they also have like personalized bedrooms, which is cute. There's four of them, right? See, one, two, three, four. There's four bedrooms, so probably. But yeah, I'm liking this rebuild. It's really nice. The curved pool edges in the works, and the fake like extended pool trim. We do desperately need more base game pool trims. At least like one or two more. Like I love the thin one. There's definitely uses for it, but maybe like a little bigger pool trims, more realistic and stuff. Mm, okay, Gus. One last place to visit. Yeah, I get it. You're hungry. It's okay. We're gonna order a pizza from your phone later. because that's apparently what he has to do. Okay. Last but not least, Calientes. I hope it's not too late. I think we can visit till like 11 p.m. Okay, let's just. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I love Oasis Springs. Uh, oh, that's interesting and nice. I like that. They broke the rules and stuff. I love this. I love this. What? The pool, guys. The pool. Like, it's elevated here. Ah, does that mean I can do that with no issues now? Is it? Does that mean that? I don't know. I love how their house is looking. Yeah, we can definitely have Calientes probably live in the rework house. Oh, and I love this like little entryway before the thing. I've been doing that a lot in my like Oasis inspired builds. Let me just. Mm, I want to poke my. Oops. No, why like that? Not like that. Like that. Sure. Okay. I just poked my OBS under my Discord just to see if Blue needs something when she's in store. Okay, let's knock. Let's meet the Calientes and Don Lotario. The notorious Don Lotario. I'm assuming, okay, so I'm assuming that they didn't decorate the parts of God's room for the specific reason of getting the new kid stuff in. So they're assuming if you're gonna play, you wanna add stuff to there, and now you have empty room because all of these were pretty decorated so far. There's not a basement here. Oh, this is cute. This is so lovely. Although, no, personally, like, yeah, it's lovely from the outside, but what is going on here? Like, it's cute, but is it really? Okay, I would move these a little bit here, at least to be centered. Interesting choice with that specific part. Okay, so let's see up top. Where does Don Lotario go? Like, who is he with at the moment? Because there is 3 bedrooms, right? Lotario does not have his own bedroom. That's interesting. I don't know which sister he's dating at the moment. I know it's drama. Like, this whole family is drama. That's cute. Like, some of these things adorable. I love it. I will assume maybe like this bedroom. I don't know. I'm not like too okay. Maybe because there's 2 things. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with their lore. But I will assume it's this one. Yeah, there's no basement here, just. So yeah, they don't really have a man cave type thing going on here. But yeah, in the god residence, I think like the places that are empty are meant for like the secret sanctuary stuff, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Okay, Gus, go meet Dina, and then go home, I guess. But we successfully evaded the welcoming train. Oh, he's really confident. From lot trace. Oh, they had lot trace too? Okay, that's awesome. Okay, well, you can travel home now, Gus. You've been really helpful. You've been really helpful in letting us see the new builds. Well, the rework builds. Okay. Yeah, as promised, you can now order pizza. I think order a delivery there. Pizza delivery. Let's do sweet corn pizza. And you can watch some TV in the meantime while the pizza arrives. Hmm. Yeah, with some like minor hiccups, like that one wall and stuff. I think it's really good. The whole thing, I think it's really good. Our pizza arrived. I like that they're making an effort. Okay, maybe you can continue watching the film later. Yeah. Oh, maybe you can tip her. Of course, of course. Push-ups after a job well done.
Binge.
Well, sure. Yeah, I made your day so much better, but by giving you a tip. You know what? It would make my day better as well if I got a tip. So I can stand behind that sentiment. I don't know why I'm doing this. Not like we're gonna like continue playing here. Mm, although I will say, who knows? Maybe I do decide to play with Gus at some point. Um. Okay. I do have to mute myself for a moment. I will be right back. Blue needs me for a moment. Okay.
Sombra. Oh, Grubel. Huh?
Zak Flude, Lamba Voxitel, Zande,
Uh-huh.
Tidupatui,
Huh?
Lum Horspuna, or Pandava Yuki, Dinde Pouvoir, Dava Gubra, Amatiza du Nezrin, Hote, Nina. Waki, Dakishio Riba,
Huh?
Hashimoto Fansu Mansu, Stop, Amen! Anzu Chipakoba, Wahashimoto Suzakni, Yaliba Ulaba,
Ha!
Za Hashimoto Gemba, Afri, Yaliva Vonki, Abu Sneezer, Bazi Lukya, Hashimoto Sekuma Wimba! Doku
Huh?
Waki, Dakishio Riba, Hashimoto Fansu Mansu, Stop, Amen! Anzu Chipakoba, Hashimoto Shuzakni, Yaliba Ulaba,
Ah!
Za Hashimoto Gemba, Afri, Yaliva Vonki, Abu Sneezer, Bazi Lukya, Hashimoto Sekuma Wimba! Doku
Oh.
Zak Flude, Lamba Voxitel, Zande, Tidupatui, Lum Horspuna, or Pandava Yuki, Dinde Pouvoir,
For...
Dava Gubra,
Ah!
Amatiza du Nezrin, Hote, Nina. Zak
Ah!
Flude, Lamba Voxitel,
Ah!
Zande, Tidupatui, Lum Horspuna, or Pandava Yuki, Dinde Pouvoir, Dava Gubra, Amatiza du Nezrin, Hote, Nina.
Ah!
Waki, Dakishio Riba,
Uh-huh.
Hashimoto Fansu Mansu, Stop, Amen! Anzu Chipakoba, wa Hashimoto Shuzak ni.
Ah.
Yaliba Ulabao, za Hashimoto Gemba, Apri. Yaliba Vonki,
Chow.
Sneeze. Bazi Lukya, Hashimoto Sekuma Wimba! Goku Zizak Sude, Lemba Vokikel, Zande, Tidupatui. Lum Korskina, Or Pandava Yudu, Dib
Ah,
Pupwa,
Yavoya.
Dava Woodbra,
Huh.
Amasiva du Never, Pote, Wa Shakishio Riba, Hashimoto Fansu Mansu,
Ah.
Da Amen!
Hmm.
Mansu Chipakova, Wa Hashimoto Shuzak ni. Yaliba Ulabao, za Hashimoto Gemba, Apri. Yaliba Vonki, Agusniza.
Huh?
Bazi Lukya, Hashimoto Sekuma Wimba!
Huh?
Goku
Hmm.
Wa Shakishio Riba, Hashimoto Fansu Mansu, Da Amen!
Ovo.
Mansu Chipakova, Wa Hashimoto Shuzak ni. Yaliba Ulabao,
Hmm.
za Hashimoto Gemba, Apri. Yaliba Vonki, Agusniza. Bazi Lukya, Hashimoto Sekuma Wimba! Goku
Hmm. Hmm.
Lemba Vokikel, Zande, Tidupatui. Lum Korskina, Or Pandava Yudu, Dib Pupwa, Dava Woodbra. Amasiva du Never, Pote,
Hmm. Huh.
Zizak Sude, Lemba Vokikel, Zande, Tidupatui.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So Blue called me because she went to the store, right? And there's like a whole freaking wall of cup noodles. So yeah, I had to choose my cup noodles. Oh wait, he asked me to. Okay. Yeah, he got a call. I don't think Gus is meant to be a reaper, but he would definitely like to be in culinary there. Um. So yeah, he's a culinary now. We're gonna save and exit to main menu to just walk through the old. Sorry, not the new, the old houses. So for that, we're just gonna load this one. I'm pretty sure that that one still has old builds. And yeah, they're living in this house. So wait, wait. Did they did get replaced? What? I am pretty sure they said like in the old saves they're not gonna get replaced. I'm sorry, what? Why are they all in the new houses? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I was gonna do like tour of the old houses. I'm just loading just in case, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're replaced. They said that you can like place them from gallery, but yeah, no, it seems like this has been replaced. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that.
Huh?
Oh no, it hasn't been replaced. Okay, it just, I guess it's just a glitch. But yeah, I do have like a whole thing set up here for stuff. This is supposed to be my unlock house. Well, she's supposed to
Ah.
be
Hmm.
for unlocking all of the
Huh?
items in the game.
Ooh.
Something. Anyway, let's visit the residence here. Oh no, wait. We're gonna go with Rex. Rex can go visit the residence. Yes, he can go visit the residence. Yes. Sorry, talking to Tracer. Is that Malcolm or Landgraab?
Niemta.
No, that's Travis Scott. Okay. Hi, Travis. Mm, okay.
Savino yap yam.
Oh, you can switch control to this household. Wait, was that a thing for a while?
Hella boy.
So yeah, this is the original house they were in. It's not bad, but as you can see, like way more simple than what they have now. I definitely prefer the new rework, but also that yeah, this wasn't that bad. Oh no, he's sad from not having a birthday party. Okay, let's cheer you up by traveling somewhere else. Mm, pancakes are the next on the list. Mm, okay, so it seems like once we visit them, they are updated to their old ones. So it's just a glitch. And this is the old pancake residence. I definitely prefer the new one much, much more. Like, what is the point of these massive stairs here? Come on, no. They're using so much space. They do have separate bedrooms here as well. So yeah, the whole idea of separate bedrooms makes sense to our whole story for them. But I definitely prefer what they have going on now. This is just to give you sort of overlook. Mm. So gods are next in line. Yeah, they definitely prefer like the sunroom and like the baby room. It gives much more to their lore. And this is the affiliate villa. Like, I'm sorry, I don't even know how anyone is sad about the new rework because there's people who are sad about the new rework. Like, what the frick is this? I really disliked this build in particular. I don't know. Oh yeah, no, we did rework them. We did rework them. I remember. But yeah, there is a fairly a lot of clutter in here, but I don't know. It's all kind of sporadic. It doesn't make too much sense. But I do like that the dining room is like you can enter the dining room and then the kitchen is separate from it. I do prefer that. Then the rooms are kinda eh, and like a poor kid is like just this is his bedroom. Like he's in the attic. I'm not really a fan of that. Anyway, we can travel to the Spencer Kim Lewis. Okay, so if we go to the Spencer Kim Lewis and update them to the old one. Yeah, so this was their old residence, which I guess not bad, but the new one is so much more like modern and better. Like, what is this blue tile? It's horrendous. Who decided this was a good idea? Like, it's not a bad idea, but it's not a good one either. They could have done that much better, I think. I don't know, maybe they could have like the same color and stuff. It's just a weird choice. Okay. Oh yeah, we also didn't have basements in the base game when it first came out. Okay, that's kind of cute, I guess. But yeah, compared to what they have now, this is a far cry from it. Except that one wall. But yeah, it's not bad. It could be better. Why did they choose to use these here and why? Like, why? They could have easily just aligned these and put like shelves and stuff. I don't know. Bad build overall. Bad build. Okay, I guess Rex is eating. We can let him eat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Grandma, you are married. Or are you? Wait. Okay, I think it's time for Rex to get out of there.
Droba, droba, droba. Sika niba, huh?
Grandma is starting to make moves on us. And we're not here for that. We're just here to judge the architecture of their house. Okay. Okay, let's go visit Landgrabs. The update definitely looks nice, but yeah, so this is what they had. Like this vast random space. What the heck? This I think is interesting, but it doesn't make too much sense. Like maybe if like this was merged would make more. This like what is this? This is pointless. I don't know. It doesn't look very luxurious and rich to me. Like this is why we decided on a rework. Oh, they have a third floor here, which is just like, oh, that's supposed to be their office here. Okay, it's weird. It's a little weird. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Let's visit Johnny. So this was Johnny's trailer before. I think it's well house. I think it's horrendous. Okay. What is this? Like he has one of the things here, but also here. I guess that's for the water, and this is for electricity, kinda something. I don't know, or ventilation. It has much less structure over here. Like why the random candle stand? I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, let's move on with our tour. Oh wow, we're already super friends. Okay. Nice to meet you, Johnny. Okay. To the roomies. This horrendous. Horrendous. On a chance that it actually rains here, this is terrible. Oh, they still had like this whole thingy here. So it's still like the same concept, but like way better. Because this is just kind of bland. Okay. This is very bland compared to what they have now. And like, what is this? They don't match? What? Like, these doors match literally nothing else. Why? Okay, I'm getting frustrated with this one just by being here. Okay, it's atrocious. Let's just move on. You can see that it's bad. The last one on the list, the calientes. I think this was definitely like worse than what they have now. Like, why is this like that? Why is there like to the side there? There's just a lot of why to a lot of these things. There, go meet Don Lotario. I might regret that later in my playthrough, but okay. So they also have 3 bedrooms here. I'm guessing this is the main. So it's not bad actually for when it was released. It's not bad, but anyway, that concludes our tour. I think we can go home now. It's okay. You flirted with Don Lotario for long enough. You can go home now. And also now all of the houses are updated to what they were. So yeah, I guess beware of the visual glitch. Mm, ignore how badly this house was reworked. Um, I just needed like a lot of skill building stuff. So we did that. I don't know why we have a bedroom down here, but also up here. I guess that's our guest bedroom. Mm. Rex acquired romance skill. We're gonna save and exit. We're gonna go back to our playthrough thing. Not playthrough, to our build thing. We did rework the Goth Mansion. Okay? I remember that much. Let me see. And I'm pretty sure we moved them to Forgotten Hollow. Yeah, okay, so this is our Goth Manor that we made. They have a full fucking household. No! Oh no! Man. Um, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just checking a thing. Oh god. We have a mouse. We have a mouse. But yeah, now you can see. Now you can see my mouse. Let's reopen The Sims. We did put it through a lot, so I guess it makes sense that it crashed. We can just check, just in case, if we check DLC. No, it's still not out. So we can't go through those things. But it turns out the mouse fix was a very, very simple one. It's just I looked in all the wrong places. It was just like a tick box on my capture. That's it. A tick box. I'm not even gonna mention how embarrassingly long uh, I was struggling with this issue. But as always, Brota comes to save the day. Mm, okay, load game. The big world rework. Let me just check. Is the visual glitch here too? It's not. Okay, thank God. I was I was about to be so stressed out. No, 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 they're fine. Okay, so our goth rework. I don't think we touched on the best friends or roomies yet, but our goth rework. Please work. They're now living in Forgotten Hollow. Mm. Okay. We have Cornelia Goth. We have Walter Redgas, which Walter is their butler. Mortimer is for some reason at Blank Lot in Oasis Springs. Oh, Jenna is their cook. Okay. Yeah, okay, so they're living with their like, grandma, butler, and cook, so that's why it belongs family. And Sir Percival Seagoth, who's the grandma's cat. We did tweak all of them a little, but I think they're still very recognizable. No, let me. Hopefully, it doesn't crash this time. I feel like it's gonna crash. Maybe not. We'll see. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on here, okay? So this is our Goth Manor. Uh, I went with gold accents here, mostly. So it's like black with gold accents. We have like a little covered like garage area, which I thought was really nice to add. Oh, I guess we wanted to add some trees. I thought we did, but I guess we didn't. So this is sort of what it looks like all the way around. We have like a little gazebo thingy. They have a pool. So I still actually prefer our goth rework. So at the top here with the fake windows, we got staff quarters. So the cook and the butler live here. I'm not sure who's like. I guess this is like just a backup room. Yeah, I guess this is butler's room. This is the cook's room. We did spend quite a long time on it, but you can see sort of same-ish idea for things. But yeah, a lot of gold and black accents and some white accents too, just a little bit though. Okay, so here is like they have their karaoke room and a little museum that leads up to it. So I guess this is their entertainment room, actually. I guess that's what you call it. Uh, then on this side, we have like this entryway is grandma's room. As you can see, bathroom over here with the toilet separate, and just like the big room and like place for her cat. And also here she has like access to the balcony, but it's the cat balcony, so the cat toilet is here and the little plating area. And I think it's lovely, and it has its own like walk-in closets with a little massage table because yeah, it's actually, I think, very useful to look back at this because I'm getting like some ideas how to fill up the the other room. Although that one is huge compared to these ones. This is the main room for Bella and Mortimer. They have like little vanity table and also a little walk-in closet here, which is much more like a walk-in closet. This was custom made. I think I did a good job. I think. Maybe like not with these specific things. They're kind of clashing and they're glitching if you look too close at it, so don't look too close at it. Their balcony is just empty. But yeah. Also the same kind of spiel. Bathroom, toilet, separate. And then here we have Cassandra and Alex. This is Alex's room. So it's sort of officey, beige brown. I don't know. That's just the vibes he gives me. Okay. And then he has like this beige blue combination, well, brown blue combination for the toilet and bathroom. A tiny balcony, doesn't have anything on it, but also another tiny balcony with a telescope, because of course he's a little geeky and he has like his little tiny book nook. I don't know, I like the idea of this book nook. Maybe we could have put some more clutter up there, but we didn't. Okay. Don't look too close, because you will see inconsistencies, but yeah, I love this. And then over there, we have Cassandra. Here is also like a little bar area. But this, Cassandra's room is more silvery, I think. And it's very everything. I don't know, I think a teen would have a great time in here. She has like a little PC, bookshelves, shelves for collectibles. She's more punky here, or more goth, you would say. She's really like into crystals and jewelry. She wants to become a sorcerer one day. It's the whole thing. We have a whole lore. But of course she has like a little cute toaster, alarm clock. On here she has like her little crystal charger, and this balcony is just empty. So that's kind of her thing. And then down here we have a living room, or a library actually, I guess you would say, because this is more of a living room area, like with the piano and stuff. So it's sort of a ballroom, like it doubles down as a ballroom. That's why this area is kind of empty. But this is Mortimer's office, and it's everything. It's the maximalist heaven. I love making this room. I hate it's so busy. I love it and hate it at the same time. But yeah, I imagine like he has his cave, and he looks like a maximalist to me. And here is where he experiences all of the colors that he can't experience otherwise, because, well, his mom, I guess. Mm, so yeah, he has a little toilet here with a little bowl. This one looks like it has water. It doesn't actually. Like it's just a bowl, but it looks like it has water. So I thought that was kind of authentic. So I want to go with that. But yeah, I love this room. Like it's a love-hate relationship, but and I think we really achieved something nice in here. You know, and I think Mortimer appreciates it. So yes, our library, which is very this um stuff, family lore, and then we had the dining area, very much a similar concept to what we have with the Landgrabs, just more like posh, more royalty than more royalty than posh rich. And then we have our kitchen, which is very Italian for some reason. I don't know. We have our espresso, coffee, our teas, our spices, our I don't know the herbs hanging. I just enjoy this kitchen so much. Small, cute, and our little storage area over here, kitchen storage. I don't know. I love it. I love what we did here. This is just like generic outdoor area with the little pool. Oh, and gazebo on each side actually. And then we have like some sculptures scattered around, and just randomly in these little areas. I don't know. I think it's nice. I love it. Um, Definitely prefer it to the new build. Can't wait to get to the Vlad's Manor. But that's for like 50 episodes in the future. Are we just like doing a review of builds this time around? I think we are. Okay, back to manageables. We did pancakes. Pancakes also have their diner, Babette's diner. Bob transitioned into Babette. I love it, and it turned out that Eliza is a raging lesbian, so she was like so supportive of Bob's transitions that to Babette, and they got close during that time. Mm, blah, blah blah. There's whole little storyline I made up for it, and they live over here. Did I ever finish this room here? This house here? I don't know. But yeah. They moved to. Thank you, Tracer. They moved to Parental Bay. They have a family now. Lots of animals. 2 daughters, I think. That was the whole sort of idea. Hello. Okay. So we also have a sunroom for them, kinda. But this is okay. So from the front, it doesn't look like much. Also, I'm really proud of this like driveway that we made. Okay, it's the best driveway. But yeah, it's also very sunny, and they have a greenhouse. They have a lot of like family type things, and this is their sun house that doubles as dining. Okay, give me a second. Okay, I got my cup noodles, a lot of them. We have soba, we have cup noodles, we have tanashi. I'm just like trying to count how many. I got my soy sauces. No, wait, that's different. Okay, and we have oyakata there. Yeah. Give me a sec. Okay, we're gonna take a small pause so I can unload the things into the fridge. Um, but I shall be back soon. Okay. Also, Doggo got new, old, new food. Hopefully that helps. Oh,
Chug, chug,
hydrate.
chug, chug.
I shall.
Thank you,
I
Skemmy
shall.
the Prophet,
But
for
I'm
keeping
going
Seb
BRB,
hydrated.
so you just have to trust me that I hydrated during that time. Okay, hi, hello. I am back. I have noms. I guess I should eat noms, but I can still give you a little tour of what we did with the pancakes house. What? Okay, ignore that. So yeah, we have. So this is our little entry here. We have like this bench and the cat thingy. We have some bikes. There's no fencing around, but there's fencing in the back, so it's fine. Here we like made a combination with like the vents and stuff. Here we have toilet that also doubles as a laundry room. I think it's pretty cute. Oh, and the cat toilet, I guess. So this is our dining room. This is our kitchen here. And also our living room over here. Living room slash sunroom as well. And there's a lot of plants in here. And it's focused kind of on music skill building. It's very cluttered and I love it. And this was when this just came out, so I loved using this. Also, since there is this here, I usually use just like 2 of these, one over another, and they don't even like glitch that much. So if you don't look at it, like, it seems fine. But yeah, they have fun little cup situation going on here. A little fishbowl over here. And like bowls for their doggos and kitties. Because they do have a lot of animals. And yeah, I love this greenhouse as well. It's like, this greenhouse inspired me to do a whole botanical garden with the greenhouse. But this one is still my favorite. Definitely one of the favorite greenhouses I built. It's so nice. And like this builds to their garage. Oh, I don't think I showed you the garage. This is like also a skill building room. I would say it's sort of like Eliza's workroom. This is their little minivan. And they have their water heater in here. Some extra chairs. Food for doggos and kitties. I feel like it's pretty realistic. Although I don't know why ironing board is all the way over here, but it is. It's okay. Just, some random clutter. And then upstairs, we have Eliza's and Bob's room over here. It's very green, very lush. They love to hang out together over here. They have a very cute bathroom that I personally adore. And their toilet. Over here is their actual TV living area. Also they have protection gates for their little babies. And this is technically a guest room. But I'm assuming when the babies grow up, it's gonna be one kid's bedroom and this another. So yeah, they have a full house. Wait, or do they have another child? I don't think they do. I think it's a guest bedroom. I'm trying to think, but and yeah, their kid's bedroom. There's not much else to it. There's a lot of crafty nooks. which I don't know. I love. And the little balcony area, which is also like super cozy, animal friendly, and obviously a chess table. So yeah, that's our pancakes. Which honestly, like, I don't know. I love it more than the new rework, but I think I'm best because I made it. But I love the new rework too. This one just to me tells a better story. Mm, I mean, yeah. Also, give me a second because I just need to check this house because I know I furnished it somewhere, but I don't know where. Okay, it's not furnished here. I do love how this one turned out though. It was very out of my comfort zone, but I know. I like it. I like the end result. This is for my Gilmores, my fake Gilmores. So it sort of has an entryway here, but also here. I think this one is supposed to be the main one, but you know, yeah. Because when you're like coming in from here, you would go over here. Mm. I can't wait to tackle this one. But this one is gonna be like multiple builds, so much easier than the build we have going on right now. Mm, let's just see. Okay, I don't know why they're here. Mm, we have our pancakes. I'm not sure about the Grimm family. We have our gods. Oh wait, our oh never mind. This is gonna be the craft manor. We have teenage Lara here. And she has a brother. I forgot if she has a brother like originally. But yeah. Happy family. Mm, mother, father, grandfather, great grandmother. Sort of like that. Okay, we revert. Pancakes, gauze, Landgraab. Okay. She was the first mistress of Laura's uncle. This is Laura's uncle. And then you also had a second one, which I don't know where she is. Oh, I think she as well, maybe. Why do they only have 10,000? What? Okay, at least you're in the world. They're all so broke. Oh, those are parents of. Yeah, yeah. A lot of lore. A lot of lore. Once we do work out this. Yeah, I guess we didn't make a lot of actual reworks. Mm, but we did put in a lot of people. Although they also have a pink poodle. I don't know why they have a pink poodle. I don't know why they're in Centralville. I don't know why they're strange. I forgot a lot of these things. Because there's like this main portion of the family and then this one person. I don't know, I'll have to look through a lot of these things. Sorry. Oh, we also have another, like, ready to move in sort of house. Also, I'm extra hydrating now. And I tried to make these as cheap as possible. This one is just a little over 20k. It has like a little coop. The thing is, and it's a small house. It has like a little kitchen, a little dining table slash work area. And there's like a closet and also the thingy. We have a bedroom. This is a quite extravagant bed, but you know. And we have our toilet bathroom situation. Oh, okay. I didn't put a mirror up here, and it's still missing like things. Oh, I didn't even realize that I did that. Other that, I'm pretty sure this is finished. Let me just add those two things while we're here. Because I don't think I'll ever actually visit this slots again. I hydrated. Let's see, so this one. There. Perfect. Do I want the toilet paper like here, perhaps? Oh, right. Yes. BB dot move objects. No, I think that's too close. Maybe on this side is better. Yeah. Like that. Definitely much better. And then we have one tucked away here. Here we can add towels like so, perhaps? Oh, perhaps not like so. Would that be too high? Would that be too much, actually? Maybe it's too much. It's just like little details, you know. Maybe I just do actually regular. That's also cheaper, I believe. Mm, and then the towel situation. Sorry, it's just like so thin. Like if we could have this but flipped, that would be nice. But we don't, so perhaps just like this one. I don't know how far I actually want to put it. Like, how does this look? Not great. Hmm. If I could have like just one towel hanging like this, like a big one, that would be cool. We don't though. We can, however, put a thingy here. Your Sims can, by the way, just pass through this. So it's not an issue. It's a non-issue. I think I'm just gonna do like a little thingy over here for the towel. Okay, that's maybe too low. Did not think that's her. Okay, so a little towel over here, perhaps. Okay. And we give them a little mirror. Your sim starts with 25,000, right? How much did Gus start with? Oh, it doesn't matter. I think this is done. So yeah, it's very bold red and stuff. But I kind of like it because of that. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a problem in the future, but hopefully not. But yeah. Time to manage worlds. I should have probably saved. That's like we already had one crush today. By the way, this is not furnished. It's 47,000. It's just a small 20 by 20 lot. It's 47,000 non-furnished. It's ridiculous. Okay, so what do we have in Willow Creek? We have the school. What are we leaning for? This library is just so basic. Okay, this is what I think base build should look like. But I I was a visitor to a library like that when I was a kid, multiple times. Pretty often, actually, so... I know it looks kinda dull. Honestly, it is kinda dull. But it's just like, you know, brick and... yeah. Sort of like that, repurposed. No, I did not want to touch the tree. Please stay. I like the idea of these new hedges. I don't know. They're glowy, they're cute. But yeah, basically when you enter the library, you just have your generic library, some PCs set up here. Also, obviously, there is a desk, a checkout desk here, or check-in, whatever. And then upstairs we have more books, but we also have like kids nook over here. Desks for studying, cozy corner for reading, and just like the generic outside. Oh, and obviously chess table because that's a requirement in the build. But yeah, that's like the most generic build I ever did. I love it. Oh, also there was toilets. I'm not sure if you saw, but there was. I did start working on the daycare, and then this is supposed to be a dance studio. It would be so cute if we would have a live career. Like, okay, so live career that also doubles as a rabbit hole for kids. So, like a dance studio or something like that. This is obviously not completely furnished. I don't know what I wanted to do here, but here, this is a cheer mat, so they could actually perform dance routines on this, or cheer routines. I thought I had more things here, but I guess then there's just a chair. There's like a little living room here, and a little like kitchen area, a washroom. This doubles as someone's space they live in, obviously. So that's their bedroom and stuff. This is the actual dance studio. I think we did pretty well with that. I do wish we would just have like a bar that you can like look it on the wall. uh, place on the wall, not look it on the wall. That you could just place on the wall. Oh, and this is like the fireplace, right? Yeah. So it's cute, cozy. I'm not sure if I would probably do like sort of a gym over here. But yeah, this definitely reminds me that this build is far from finished. And we also have some greenery over here. I played around with that idea of modern build. And I think it does look pretty modern. I'm not sure how well it works, but I'm pretty sure it works well than most, well, better than most EA builds. But yeah, so this is the dance studio. And then on the other side, we have a daycare, which also in the works. I sort of like go around these working on them when I have some free time, when I need to unwind and stuff. But there's a lot of them that are just like in the works. I guess I'm just giving you a well-needed overview of everything now. Okay, so this is the daycare, obviously children's playground. It's mainly aimed at like infants and toddlers. You have your I don't know how you call this in English. Slationa? Um, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, and then I had the idea of these. Um, because it's usual to have like a little window in the daycare so you can see who is coming to pick up the kids and stuff. So yeah, here we have like a generic dining play area with a little TV in here. Also generic play area. I was just like laying out some stuff that we must have here. I love putting these next to the windows so it looks like they are actually outside. And this is our sleep area for toddlers. This is their bathroom. Obviously, they have a bath just in case. And you know, for the ones who use diapers, they're here. They have little stools so they can climb and wash their hands. I just love the idea that everything is little potties. Okay. We need a live daycare career. Okay. We do have regular toilets as well. But then we have a nursery part, which is here. Obviously, still a lot of things to do here. But yeah, a changing table, a little bath, sinks, things that you would need in here. And this is the preschool. They have their little thimble. They have their little desks. I will still add more things onto this, but I think it's pretty cute as is. You can have 6 preschoolers here, or toddlers, I guess in this case. They have regular toilets, and this is just like a little cinema room. And then, well, all of them have the same idea for the doors here. You can see, so you can like see what's going on. And then downstairs we have our staff area, sort of. We have our dining tables. We have the main office of the kindergarten owner. There's a bed. Um, I didn't plan it as like a live-in space, but you know, maybe sometimes they stay here overnight. But it could be a live-in space as well. So yeah, that's principal. Well, the yeah, I guess you would call it the principal. There's a big kitchen area here because we need to prep the meals for all of the kids and stuff, and a generic bathroom once more. I don't know, I like playing with all of the colors and stuff. It's kind of fun. Again, lots of work to do on this one. And yeah, I guess this is turning into like, here, have this generic big overview. Mm, the school, this is supposed to be general, like elementary. Yes, elementary Watson. This one is a little more finished, and it's sort of a combination of stuff. But yeah, that's definitely like elementary, first to 8th grade. So we have our basketball course over here. We have a little hopscotch and a little marbles. Some hangout area outdoors. We do have changing rooms here. Well, this is like showers. We didn't have that in our school, I don't think, but I thought to include it nevertheless. Now, I wanted to have like bleachers and a bunch of stuff here, but I was like, no, it's too many things. I still am thinking of putting somewhere here, something here, but we shall see. So this is our indoor gym area. That's at least how we had it in my schools. We have generic bathrooms over here and over here. They're all mixed bathrooms, so it's not like gendered or anything. And we have our classrooms. We have this one and this one. In general, if you want the high school to function like high school, you have to have like specific tables, but since this is mainly just like generic, I just went with these. And all of them have like a nice view of the outside. And then upstairs we have our mensa or dining room. So it's like here. Over here is the generic bathroom once again, but this one is like a little smaller one. We have our snacks and stuff to buy. Principal's room, of course, a staff area. Then we have our library, because obviously every school has to have a library. That's just how it works. Then we have our chess club, and this is supposed to be an art club, which I didn't finish, but also a good thing because in the meantime, the artist studio kit came out, which will be perfect for the art club. I wanted to put a science class as well, but that was like, nah, this is already plenty. I'm already struggling for space. So yeah, we'll see how I finish this. This build I believe I did show off before. This sort of where Rory lives with their roommate. You can see the most of the. This is like the Rory's area, and I believe here. Yeah, here is her roommate's area. What's gonna happen with them? We don't know. But yeah, it's just generic, no fencing. They're gonna have like a graffiti to make it more Rory. Rory? I'm not really sure. I'm the werewolf girl, right? It is Rory, right? Anyway, there's a little vet area which I might change, so I'm not gonna show you that because I might bulldoze it and remake it. So it's not important. What is important, and under the presso you probably saw a lot of times, but I will show it because it's one of my favorite builds. Okay, so antidepresso. It's just a little like coffee place, and you have your toilets over here. You have like it's just tiny, you know. It's cat and dog friendly. Obviously, there's cups because people were using this place before I placed it here. And then like this area is just like a little kitchen in the bar, and I don't know, I just love it. It's so tiny, it's so cute, and it's very lush and green, and right next to this mysterious tree. So it sort of like doubles down as an area you can visit if you have to visit the Sylvan Tree, so you're not a weirdo who visits people's houses, okay? Like we just did earlier. You can't just go to people unannounced. It's not how it works. I mean, I guess it is in Sims, but it shouldn't be how it works. So yeah, antidepresso. It's cute, it's very cozy. I think this area is a little bland, but it's fine. C'est prêt. Antidepresso, everyone. Listen, it's clever, it's cute. We love it. We love to see it. You've seen most of these, I think. Maybe I didn't see this one. It's just like onsen spa type thing. Oh, it's pool apparently. Wait, am I missing pool ladders? No, I'm not. Okay. Dining chairs, sinks, and toilets. Okay. So, yeah, this is supposed to be like a parking thing. And then we're gonna have like our check-in desk over here. But like, in general, you have this. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Toilets, perhaps? Probably toilets. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Probably toilets. So you have a little onsen over here. You have a pool, and I'm so very proud of this. Okay, so you can have kids and toddlers swim in here. So this is on purpose, right? Although for all the I'm struggling, I want to make it work. I don't think it's working as intended. Because the water should be like here and here. But yeah, I really wanted to make something like that. It's in the middle of the desert, which gives it more charm, I think. I like the stone waterfalls. I think they were one of the best additions into the game. And you have your upstairs area, which is kind of covered. Oh no, it's not kind of covered. Okay, none of it is covered. So yeah, there's that. Pool area as well. Obviously not finished, but yeah. Oh, and we have a downstairs that, well, doesn't have anything yet, but I was planning on the gym. So I would have the gym downstairs. It's simple, kind of lush, stony area, sort of meant to resemble some sort of a ruin. But yeah, and just like that. What else did I not show you? I'm pretty sure we built most of this on stream, and if we didn't, I'm pretty sure I showed you this whole thing. I'm guessing this one. So this one is multiple apartments. We have some of the tenants that live here. They're not in yet, though, I think. Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh, don't hide units. Remove the lines, though. I was pretty sure I furnished these, but apparently not. Huh. Okay, but yeah, this is supposed to be a little gallery here. This is supposed to be a playground area, then a little cafe. Or yeah, I guess a cafe or a bakery or something. Then over here, there's 2 apartments in each building. So we have this one. It has a 2nd floor. No, wait, does it? No, that's not the 2nd floor. That's the 2nd apartment. Yes, you go here. So we have this small apartment, obviously kitchen area, dining area. It's kind of weird that you walk into the dining area, but I've seen places like that. Living room area and bedroom area, which kind of ensuite bathroom, but the toilet obviously here, accessible by everyone. And this one is a little bigger. So this is like a very small entryway. You have your hallway, your toilet, your balcony. 1 room, 2 rooms. And then upstairs there's a main bedroom, sort of. A living area. And something. Oh no, the kitchen is supposed to be here. Yeah, the kitchen is supposed to be here. And I guess walk-in closet / office, ensuite bathroom, the little thing. Yeah, I guess so. This is just like the living area here. Okay, yeah. And this is Jack and Jill sort of bathroom. So I'm assuming these are, yeah, that you can use it as an office or a bedroom, and it's the same situation on the other side. So that's kinda, and a little pool and a pool house where, you know, it's gonna be showers and the, what's his name? Fuck. Showers and dressing area. That's not the word. I can't remember the word right now, guys. Oh my god. My brain is frying. Too many builds. And we're not even halfway through. Party Palm is a nightclub, obviously. Obviously. Like, it's very kinda open. So you have your toilets here. You have a very small bar and some tables. It's very simple. It's very simple. And then you have like some hangout areas around. It's very open, very simple. Since someone dared make a graffiti in here. And there's a graffiti on here as well. Honestly, it's very easy to vandalize. Oh, obviously, and you have your area where you drop off your coats and stuff. So yeah, it's nothing spectacular, but very cute. I love it. Very open. Honestly, I could have just showed you that from this lot. Mind you, I have a whole notebook with who lives where, why, and their little story. So Newcrest, I guess you saw the most of. I'm not sure if I actually showed you all of this. I don't know if I want to show you all of this. There is a lot. Oh, I'm pretty sure I showed you this, and maybe not at this one. Magnolia Prominent. No. I'm working on a sort of a, well, not shopping mall, but if we do get shopping malls, this will be converted into shopping mall probably. Because that would mean you would have the ability to have multiple businesses on one lot, which that would be beautiful. Then if just they added like a live-in business as well with that, that would be adorable. But I don't know if they will make that. But yeah, basically there's a restaurant, lots of stores. And this was like all of these lights. It was a bitch to set up because look at this, all of the lights and all of the little thingies. And yeah, more stores up here. And then you just have like these green hangout areas. Ignore this window. That decided to glitch. That window always glitches through, even though it's supposed to be for this wall height. So the wall height should be fine. Like it's the same height as this one. But it always glitches through. I don't know why. But it doesn't matter. But yeah, lots of different little stores and storefronts. I think this is supposed to be like a wedding store. But this, I'm not gonna go into this yet. There's supposed to be like an antique shop and a little flower shop. But this, I just wanted to show you this because this is like the best thing. I barely got it to work. Okay, barely. But I got it to work and I love it. And I think we need something in the game like this that just links wall to wall or wall to, I don't know, pole. I don't know, I think it would just be lovely. This is just one of the pillars thing is from not pillars, clothesline. I think it's from Debug from Island Living. But yeah, we have 3 buildings total here, all with little apartments. A lot of people live in here. I have like 2 households technically that live here because I will not convert each and every one of these into apartments. There's gonna be just 2, so probably this side and this side. Well, technically it's 4 buildings, I guess, because these are 2 different ones. They have different entryways and everything. But yeah, I love these little like squeezed houses. I don't know. I think it's adorable. Yeah, this one has the entry here and this one has it there. But yeah, overall this will be 2 apartments. Well, fake apartments for most. And this is like the saddest little playground. Come on, not even swings. And I really think we need slides. Like there is a slide. There is a slide animation, but there is no slides in the game. We need just like generic playground equipment. If they release the kit, there's just generic playground equipment that adds slides and well, not sand pits. You can build sand pits, so that's fine. Like just slides and maybe some swings, maybe the zip lines and stuff like that. I would buy it in a heartbeat. Just like give us more playground equipment. Give us modular playground equipment like we have for toddlers. I would love that. And then to have just like a playground type lot, that would be amazing. So if anyone from the same team is listening, playground lot, make it a kit or make it a stuff pack or a game pack even. I don't know. You can make like multiple things. If we get like a kindergarten sort of thing, that would be lovely. You can make it a whole expansion pack on kids stuff. Honestly, I'm not sure why is it not a thing yet. But I guess shopping malls were confirmed, so if they're coming, they better be good. Multiple shopping spaces on one place. What do I have? Mindenberg. Did I do anything in Winterberg? Okay, the castle is here. These are not really that big builds. I think I glossed over them before. In San Myshuno, I didn't touch most of the thing. I definitely went over this one. This one changed though. I had like this super modern buildings here, so maybe I do return to that one. But I had like an inspiration for something like this one day, so I just decided to build it here. But I do think I'm gonna bring back Scrooge here, because I have whole lore for them. This is like more sort of old modern, I guess. Why are you not colored? It's not colored. It doesn't matter. But yeah. Here we have like multiple apartments, basically. They're pretty straightforward. This one is on 2 floors, so that's why no doors here. But there's 2 smaller ones here. I'm probably also gonna make it like 2 or 3 household, and then I'm gonna separate it like that. But yeah, these are your generic apartments Oh yeah, these are lofted. These two are lofted. These are fancy. With two-bedroom type thing. And they're not exactly mirrored though. This one has a sauna. Okay, so this one is one bedroom and this one is two bedroom. But these ones are mirrored. And then downstairs here there is two more apartments. One with Murphy beds, kitchen here. I do lay out some of the things that are not clear for me. Mm, So these are sort of like gallery apartments. And then here, yeah, it's nothing. It's just access to the basement. Which this one also has access to the basement. And they're different basements. Obviously, like these are super fancy basements. And then you have these that are cute and colorful. That match every apartment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 10 apartments in this one, 4 apartments in this one. So that's 14 apartments total. We have the little bistro over here, which I love. No doors to the toilet, I guess. And the gym, of course. I don't know, it's ridiculous to me that gym is a whole separate one. When, you can just place it next to anything. So that was a little inspiration. The other one is on similar caliber. Yeah. Okay. Unimportant. Forgotten Hollows we saw. Brental Bay we saw. Del Sol Valley we're not touching just yet. Stranger Well. Yes. I built a little trailer park. So did I rework this? Yeah, I've totally reworked this. It's a rental now. Black Panda Garden is a restaurant that my Sims own. So, yeah. But let me show you the trailer park. Because that I definitely built off stream. Okay. So, okay, remove this. Obviously, we have all of these trailers that are here, but I was going here for modular houses. And now we have 3 very different types of people living here. You have your classic white trash, kinda. So this is the bedroom. This is the kid's bedroom. She moved out though, like a while ago. So the parents still live here. This is their bedroom. They have their little kitchenette, their little bathroom. As you can see, I made it so yeah, this is the main portion. And then these are the portions you can extend. I don't know if you saw how these types of modular houses work, but you can usually fold these parts in, and you can just extend them when, well, you're situated somewhere. So I'm just thinking all of these things are probably moved around, and you can just extend them as needed. So that's sort of a generic idea here. And also they have a little hangout area at the top. I thought that was super cute. Then here we have our very eco-friendly person that's really into gardening, and they feed a lot of cats. And yeah, this is their house. It's very simple. It's made out of multiple containers, so this is a container house. I went for the idea, okay, so this is the wall that you build across, But I went for the idea that's like this is a generic uh, size for a Sims container because these are container doors. So kind of went with that, and I did put container doors all the way around because yeah. So there's this axis over here is just glass, but it's also like living room and dining room. And then there's this like industrial stairs that link to the top, which I need to test if these doors work. They should work though. So we have like a little office and sleep area here. I don't know. I feel like it's really cozy and cute, and I would live here. I would genuinely live in here. Yeah, so these are our container houses. Well, that one. And also we have this one here, which is obviously a very rich person. Well, they at least started out rich. They decided to move here, and they have like this fancy ass modular house on wheels. I love it. They have their little like bathroom with a shower, but everything in here is expensive, and you can tell that everything in here is expensive. They come from money. And then we have this lofted bedroom, which yeah. For all I know, they just like pulled the whole thing like this. It's just like this. Because it's just like one wider than the containers would be. So it's quite possible that it's just like that. You know, you can just like plunk and drag it around. So yeah, really cute. I love it because it's like 3 very different people live in these. 3 very different people. As for who came first, I don't know, but I know that this person probably arrived last. They're also like very eco-orientated. Maybe they develop a romance with this person, I don't know. I can definitely see an interesting storyline here. Like it might be just an influencer who lives here that's like, oh yeah, I live off the land on the road and stuff. I don't know. Anything is possible. I need to consult with my notebook because I do think I have this person in mind. Not this one so much. It was just like an idea. Hmm. Oh wait, oh my god. I totally didn't see that. I saw the coffee bot, but I didn't see Sakemi return. I'm so sorry, Scam. Mm. Oh, another haunted house residential. Oh, okay, so that's what's happening. Oh, okay. So Lexingtons are very rich. They live in a haunted house, and yeah, okay. We do have people living here. So he is sort of decided that he wants to go have an adventure of his own. He didn't want to live off of his family money and stuff. I guess it's a similar situation to Zest, but at least he didn't break contact with his family. Okay, he still loves his family very much. He just, wanted to explore the world. So that's a big difference. Okay, and Kepler is here. Okay. See, it all makes sense now. And then these are brokers. Oh yeah, they have a dog. Yes, I forgot. Very, you know. Because okay, their daughter and their grandchildren. Okay, let me backtrack to Willow Creek. They live in Willow Creek, so they are these people. Yeah. So you can see what I'm going for here. Also, I'm pretty sure like I decorated this whole thing. Did my game just crash after I did because I didn't save it and stuff? I don't know. I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. But yeah, that's Stranger Will in a nutshell. I don't know if you want me to show you the this. mm. But yeah, so basically this is the rental. Over here you have kitchen, dining, living, smoking area. I have a little lounge, like outside lounge. The bar that's like perfectly built in here. I love this bar. It's like the best thing. And the little pool. And the bathroom? Yes. Yes, bathroom with a shower. With a shower over here. And then upstairs, I'm pretty sure, yeah, both of this room have lofted things. This is actually a done build. I'm happy to call this a finished build. But yeah, your little rentals. You can, I guess, have 4 sims here. But I made it in a way so there is enough room. So you could potentially bring like toddler beds over here or sleeping bags for kids. Maybe pet stuff. It's possible to have more than just 4 sims vacation here. I try to go that way about most of my vacation rental builds, just because. Also, I will have community spaces scattered and around in some worlds, because I just think it brings something extra to the game. In Solani, I'm pretty sure you saw all of the builds. These builds are gonna get removed anyway, so please ignore those. They don't exist. Also, okay, so there is our Glimmer Manor here, but I had an idea that maybe I want to have like some sort of community lot here. So this is 3020. This is also 3020. So maybe I move this one over here and we make a community lot here. So that way you can go to the community lot, visit the portal, all that good stuff. So that's probably what we are gonna do with Glimmer Bridgester. I do have a whole ass rework of these from before, but not anymore. I will have to remake them, and that's so sad. Because I have like little towers with little bridges and stuff. It was really cool. We're really techy. Sort of like these commons here. I just don't know in which save it is. Huh. So yeah, this is gonna be our new commons here, which they're gonna have a dining area, obviously. And this is mainly gonna be focused as a dining area, right? And the kitchen. And then you're gonna have your like club areas here. I'm pretty sure the last floor is supposed to be like book floor, something like that. This one, perhaps. I don't know. But yeah, this would be our clubs, kinda. And this is like a little gym with a little pool. This pool is swimmable. Okay, it's a little pool. And then, oh, you can see it from here actually. So there's these dorm houses, which are also kind of cool. I like how the houses in here function with roommates and stuff. I absolutely love that, and it's one feature I was afraid we're gonna lose. Luckily, we didn't. But yeah, overall, this is the build. These dorms were also like styled like that. They were like much taller. I think all of them were 4 floors, and they had like little bridges amongst them and stuff. I just can't recall which save they're in. They're in a save, but I don't know which one. Mm. And obviously, we're gonna have like our library blank lot, blank lot, sorry, library karaoke bar and vacation rental here. Because obviously, probably some people want to a vacation here for some reason. Or maybe we're gonna have something else entirely. I do, however, notice a lack in graveyards here. Uh, tiny home residential tier 3 small home. That's okay. I guess that's tiny home. This is Babette's restaurant. This was a duplex shell that I made. And I think it's only right to commit to the bit, but I don't know if I will. So it's supposed to have one, two, three, four, five, 6 stores. 6 stores and 2 sort of duplexes. And oh yeah, I remodeled this actually because it was different. It was way different before. Like this was like a balcony and stuff. So I guess I am sort of sticking to it, but I did change some of the things. Yeah. And this is supposed to be like a tiny playground type thing. My screen tear. Okay. Yes. Unimportant. I don't know. I even dragged you guys here. Yeah, this is also supposed to be something that you can just buy. It's 20,000 currently. Let me just check what's going on. Because this is a small home, right? Officially, small residential. But it's still like pretty spacious and pretty big. Well, if there was ever terrain, I don't think there was terrain paint actually. Now that I'm looking at it, this is not finished. But yeah, obviously big garden, very sort of modern looking. We have this little kitchen going on. We still need to put in a bed and paints. Okay, this is not gonna be your first apartment. Well, your first home, definitely. Once I do decide to finish it. Mm, it's very white, which is unusual for my builds. But at least we have all of the houses loaded. So there is that. This is a very buggy world because it's modular. It changes. So if you don't have a sim in the area, Yeah. If you don't have a sim in the area, this is glitchy. You can see through the world. There's like lines you can see through. It's bad. It's really bad. So I kind of like that we can actually see how the neighborhood looks currently. That's the only reason why made a neighborhood, people in this neighborhood in the first place. It was these people. And they live there. Mm, Babette's Diner, you remember that one? They're the owners. And what else? Mount Komorebi. Did we do any bills there? Oh, okay. We have two builds here. Okay, so one build is a vet clinic for my Sims when they grow up, and it makes sense that it's here because a family of one of the dads is here. So yeah, I think I even have. Okay, so from this house, I think I even have the basement up on the gallery, and it was very downloaded. People like this basement. It was just the basement specifically, though. So, this is like your very minimalist sort of house. You have your TV, your dining area here proper dining area. A little slide for when the grandchildren come to visit. Obviously, you have the parents' room here. And then this is very cluttered, but very realistic to how it would be. Like, they had 3 kids, so their place is all, like, everything is still here. You know, and bathroom is Jack and Jill type bathroom. This is Dad's office area, and then downstairs. So we have our laundry room, obviously, and then one of the sons, I think the oldest, moved in here. And I don't know. I went all out on this one. It's grimy, it's disgusting, I love it. Yeah. Like, lots of different cups. We don't know why this toilet paper is here, okay? Which, we don't question it. A lot of different dirty cups over here as well. It's 2 consoles because, yes, it's a true gamer. More cups, some tissues. You know, I don't know. I love it. And then for the bathroom, it's just like these. It's very simple, but yeah. I don't know. I love it. It's a perfect slob area. It's very ruined, not taken care of. He doesn't let his mom in, even though she wants to like clean up. It's like very contrasting to the rest of the house, because the rest of the house is like nice and clean and stuff, and then you have this dark and gloomy area. Anyway, yeah, that's a little. And we have little plants here. What do we have? Pomegranate tree. Pomegranate tree. Pomegranate. Okay. Oh, so all of them are pomegranate trees. That's okay. They really like pomegranates. And we have some onions, some tomatoes. Okay, so we have a variety here at least. It's okay. Oh, and the little like toilet you can access from here. So yeah, I don't know. I like this house. Very simple, pretty clean, except the basement. There is something about building like the most unhinged things in the basements or attics of houses. I don't know. There's just like a specific kick you get out of it. Especially if people are gonna play through this and explore these areas, and then you encounter the what the fuck areas. Yeah. Tortosa beach that is not done. What is this? Oh yeah, we were here last time. It was my what is this? Last time as well. It's the apartments. Okay. We've seen the apartments last time, so we're not seeing them today. But I can show you the vacation rental. It looks like way smaller. Like it's 40/30, but it looks so small because okay, this one is 50/50, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It looks so small from here. Way smaller than other areas. Like there is 20 by 20 lots that look so huge. Oh, okay, so this is like very open kitchen type thing. We have like a little heart-shaped pool. This is like the first thing I wanted to do with the curved pools, and I'm obsessed. I want to put the heart-shaped ones everywhere. Okay, you have your little like entryway. Downstairs it's the wine cellar. So you can experience the winemaking, you know, as it was intended. Because you were supposed to have we were supposed to have winemaking with the wedding pack. And yes, then there is this one bedroom, which is the main bedroom, I believe. Because you have your jacuzzi in here, and your little toilet, bath, and thing. Yeah, toilet is supposed to go here and bath here, I believe. That's how it was intended. And then a shower also here. There's like a huge terrace over here. And of course, the last floor. We actually have 2 bedrooms over here. Which, it's a little castle vibes. So definitely like Roman inspired, I would say. But kinda, Dalmatian, Roman, Italian type thing. Moving on. The whole stream, me just showing off builds. Kinda unhinged. Cooperdale, well, you probably remember. Oh, Pancakes on this one as well. Pancakes actually own a lot of things. Another tiny home. What shall we discover on this one? Is this one done? I don't think so. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, this one looks very done. What? Yeah, this one is definitely done. Okay. I guess just our terrain paint disappeared. Because of course it did. Freaking hell. Don't you just hate when the terrain paints disappear? But yeah. Also very recycling focused. Um, Very modern. I like this one a lot. Like with this little window with the plants. This one pays all of its electricity, I'm pretty sure. Like, look at this. All of the electricity consumed here is paid for. Like, dang. And with the little skylight. Yeah, yeah, I like this one. I guess I'll have to go back in to put the terrain paint. Cause I don't know why the terrain paint keeps disappearing. Please explain this to me. I hate it. Mm, I did start building the circle here, which is a nightclub. I guess I can go. I showed you this house, this atrocious house last time. Um, this is supposed to be Pierre's store, but let me show you the circle. Also, this is not my build. Backrooms Mall is built by Jeremy Gone Wild. It's amazing. I love it. We're definitely gonna explore it at some point, but not today. I think we're gonna go explore it once everything is done. We're just gonna tour all of the builds, like 24-hour stream of touring everything. I think finishing the save file will require a 24-hour stream. That will be our celebration, sort of. Like, look, guys, we did it. I will create, add some of the builds, like obviously, like Jeremy's Mall. Like, look at this. This is Jeremy's build, like that in the distance. This abandoned mall, it's perfect. You would look at it, you wouldn't know it's not a part of the rest of the set world. Anyhow, the circle. The circle is a nightclub, but a specific kind of nightclub. I will not show you too much. I'll just gently gloss over. This is the first floor. This is the second floor. This is the third floor. And that's it. That's all we have. 3 floors. So yeah, nightclub. Moving on. And I had this idea with the circular center with bars all around, but I wanted to be a little more specific. So it is a little more specific. Now, this is Pierre's store. Also, one reason why I would love to have built in a lived-in store, like half and half, like half retail, half lived-in. So yeah, obviously, Pierre's store, Pierre's general store. Sorry, it has everything, a little bit of everything. Obviously, there is backpacks because you, if you know, you know, okay. And obviously the seed section, the gardening section, and from here you can enter their house. They have a toilet here because, of course, with the thing. Okay, but the doors is not here. The doors is here, where it's the little Pilates/yoga studio. Because they have. They also have a whole yoga worship section, but I didn't include that. It's just the Pilates thingy. I love the idea of it. On the other side is, first the storage room for the store. And then we have their little kitchen here, which I also love. It's so cute and cozy. and the little office type thing. I'm not gonna go upstairs yet. First, I'm gonna show you Jodis. What is it? No, it's not Jody. The mm, brain, please. I can't remember the name. Caroline. Caroline. Okay, so Caroline's saying, it's very lush and green. Um, I would love if we got tea plants in Sims. That would be amazing. But yeah, she does have a little tea set here, a little book nook, little hangout. And I just love this area. It's amazing. I want that in real life. Moving on upstairs, we have a little like TV nook. I'm not sure what we're gonna have. Why is there such weird shadow here? What? What? It looks fine from this side, but is this that's casting the shadow? What? Why is it casting it? It's fine outside. What? That is so weird. So weird. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. What the fuck? It's fine from this side too. Okay, and we have two bedrooms, obviously. Abigail's bedroom with David Jr. Closet area and ensuite bathroom, I think, in that order. Same here. A little balcony. I don't know. It's just a simple house. These are because I had to fill in the holes. I do like how they look. I think they're a little out of place, but it's okay, you know. We work with what we have. Roofs, I think, need a major rework. I want to be able to build like oval roofs because, okay, so at this point, if you have a circular roof, you can just drag it like that. You can't drag it like here and make it oval, you know? It's kind of annoying. Like, just adding oval roofs would be great. Or just, like, being able to pull them like that. Just that would make such a huge difference. But alas. Or, you know, so you can, like, build out the shape of the roof. And then it just, like, spawns in. That would also be cool. So, like you can do with walls, for example. This is a pretty old build. I believe you saw this. I believe I gave you the Powers Residence tour. I believe I didn't give you the tour of these two, though. Although it was a long while since we did the Powers Residence tour. That is true. I'll give you that. I've been doing a whole lot of talking. I feel like my throat is so swollen. This is also a good reminder to me of what's going on and where is it going on. I guess sooner or later I will have to give you the full Newcrest tour because we did a lot of building in Newcrest. So we do have a family living here. They have their little chickens, their little cow plant, their little goats. Okay, we have Link, Maya, Chestnut. Is that it? So only three of them? Oh, Oh no, we have zero as well. But yeah, they have the stables over here. Oh, and we have a sheep. Mochi. 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 Oh, we have Pumpkin. We have Rudy. They're all unhappy. Why? Also, they shouldn't be here. There. Okay, well, technically they can come here if they want. This is, yeah. But yeah, we have like this wrap porch, which I don't. It's been my first time making something like this. So we have coffee and lupin. Mm, we have the beatbox. Now this wrap around porch is everything. I love it. I never made a thing like that before, and I'm loving how it came out. So we have this area, sort of generic, leads to the toilet. But also we have the living room, which is quite small but very cozy, kind of dark currently because I have automatic lights. But yeah, and then like this bunch of carpets, I love throwing that together. We do have a basement, but let me just show you. Do we have little kitchen over here? It's very rustic, very cute. And the dining area. I love the dining area. It doubles as a sunroom. We have the piano over here as well. I don't know. I just love how rustic and lived in. Um, ignore the levitating plate. There we go. But yeah, I love how rustic and lived in this feels. I don't know. For some reason, like brings me back to childhood. But okay, so we also have like the laundry under the stairs. The stairs are walkable, by the way. This works. Mm, the wine cellar is over here, and then we have like generic bar and stuff, and also sauna, because you know. But also secretly, one of them is a caster, and there is a whole like cast room here. Like this is for your herbs. Then we have a little bathroom over here and a little gym. I don't know why gym specifically is in the caster area, but it is. So this is very much a house that you can live in for a while. Over here is one of the kids' bedrooms. I believe we have two kids in here. The bathroom is joined for everyone. Okay, this is the main bedroom. I believe one of them is a teacher, I think. So this is sort of, yeah. No, or are they going to college right now? Oh, I can't recall. Oh, okay, no, it's just one kid. It's just one kid. Okay, sorry, my bad. So it's just parent and one kid for now. Maybe they will have more. Who knows? Because the attic is sort of a greenhouse. I love playing around with how much we can do with the roofs in game. And I think this is like pretty good because Chestnut Ridge, okay, the world is just stunning. Okay. I love how thought out this world is with like horse areas on the side and like cars and stuff. So it's very easy to blend in builds like this, right? It's very easy to blend them in. Even the Pavros residence somehow blends in, even though it's like massive over the top thing. I also struggle with furnishing it completely because it's too big. It's too big. Okay, I said it. I'm never saying it again, but I said it. I admitted that it's too big. That's why it's not furnished. But yeah. This is very much like it's come on, it's small. It's almost 200,000 simoleons. Like what? It's insane. The price on this is insane. And I believe this particularly was a house made for friends of my main family's daughters. Mm, vampires? No. Want to give you that idea. But yeah, there's a little, two tiny horse stable thingies. You have your upper area for nectar making and candle making. I do believe it can be spruced up a little. It's very plain build. It's only 72,000 simoleons, you know. But yeah, you have your generic kitchen, right? The living room, the toilet. I didn't spend too much time on this one. You have your main bedroom and toilet. Okay, so this is very much actually giving Sims team build. Like so far, it's very much giving that. I wasn't practicing for it or anything. It was just like I needed a quick build to place people in. And then here we just have children's bedrooms. You have your childish bedroom, like for a kid obviously, and a gloomy teen room. Because of course. They share a bathroom, which I thought was hilarious. But we got to play with like this cute motif. I think it's a good blend between like goth and childish. So the bathroom is shared, but the toilets are separate. I don't know. There's something about it. I love it. Oh, and the kid has a balcony, obviously. And the daughter has a balcony as well. With little hanger plants. And there's a chicken coop. And they have a farm animal, which I don't know which one yet. I still wish we could have them like asleep on these. So we can make custom sheds. Because sheeps and goats can sleep on these. So it would make sense that we could just buy a cow if we have this as well. You know, that's sort of cross compatibility that we're looking for. Because while horse ranch and cottage living overlap quite a lot, there is not that much of cross compatibility. Which I'm not saying that they never do cross compatibility. They do, but not enough. Definitely not enough. Definitely they could do better. Yeah, I think that's all of the builds here. The worlds are getting smaller here, which is kind of sad. Okay, in Tomorrow I have quite a few ideas. but only one build that I started on, and it's sort of this big spa thingy. And I think once we get to rework the hospital, it's gonna sort of go in the same way. And we will rework the hospital eventually. That's strange. I was pretty sure I actually put terrain paint road and stuff. Okay. Well, never mind. You have your help desk here, check-in center, from which you enter actually in the back, because honestly it makes sense to enter in the back, and this is gonna be like the area for the workers. Although, although they will have to go like all the way around to go to the toilets, which yay. And then these are the changing rooms. Changing rooms, that's the word that I was searching for earlier. From which you go down to the pool and onsen and saunas, obviously. You can see that I maximalized my play with the curved pools. I love how it works, how it looks in general. Very ancient baths type thing. And just a lot of generic areas for stuff. These are gonna be massage rooms, I think. Like massages and then like the fancy baths. Something, something. It's very modern. It's very much, well, it's kind of fitting with these particular builds, maybe. But on a general, I don't think it necessarily works in this specific world. But I like how it looks. It does maybe more give a hospital than spa, but I believe once we like make this, it's gonna give more spa than a hospital. So yeah. But yeah, overall, just generic relaxation area. I had a idea for build. I made it. It's gonna be finished one day at some point in the future. And obviously, we have Ciudad Enamorada, which we didn't touch at all since it came out. I did rework this one is in my save, one of my other saves. And in Ravenwood, I did rework a house, but in this save, pretty much all of this intact. So yeah, that's all I think. It's been 4 hours, guys. It's been 4 hours. We're gonna continue with Sims next week, but I think we covered. Oh, did I notice that? Did I tell you, or did you notice that the menu, world menu, they're a little more egg-shaped? It's interesting. But yeah, that's where I'll leave you. I'm gonna see you later with some Tomb Raider, and I'm gonna go rest my throat. Probably drink some tea. And yeah, as always, guys, stay excellent. Until next time. Bye. Bye bye.